Yo, what's up, guys? What's up? Welcome to the BusyWorks podcast, not podcast. Welcome to the BusyWorks live stream. I'm your host, Salo. Today, let me actually get this down. Let me show y'all this. So, today, what we're gonna be doing is, and we're just gonna get right into it. This was a piece that I essentially drew a couple nights ago. I had this idea for some earrings, and it's kind of like a celestial bodies type of earring thing, where essentially this is kind of going to be the sun. Well, this part at the top, this part attaches to the ear, and it's going to have a thing on the back to, go through the ear, either that or it's going to be a clip on. I got to decide. And then the outer loop is going to kind of play the sun, where it's also going to have like these pear shapes right in here, and then it's also going to have basically, so we're gonna have like pear diamonds or pear cut diamonds, as well as standard round brilliants in the center of that sun, or like basically the top center of it. That's where you're gonna have this moon, and this moon, I'm thinking that I'm going to ice out, so it's gonna be paved, all studded moon. And then essentially you're just going to have like a star right in the center that's just free hanging. And I'm also thinking about making the moon free hanging and making the sun kind of like a solid ring. And that way when it attaches to there, it's like, I don't know. I need to find a way to make this part here like hollow, or as hollow as possible. And then, have it attached to there. And then of course not make like I'm going to have to thin out all of it. Like all of it is going to have to somewhat be hollow, or kind of just like a thick sheet. And yeah, I'm just gonna have to rock that way, because we don't want the earrings to be too big, right? We don't want them to be too thick. Thick enough for casting, but we really want to kind of keep that weight down, right? So what I got on the screen right now is essentially the sizes, I guess, like the common sizes for earrings. And basically is right here, common hoop diameter size, because we want to model that hoop. So the hoop of this, hold on, let me see, because I can't see myself. So we want the hoop, the solar hoop or whatever, we want that to be around the size of like some large earrings, but not too much bigger than it, because we want some space to put all of this detail in there. But at the same time, we also, we don't want it to be too big. Like really want to kind of play down on the weight here again, because they're earrings, right? So, and I'm just keeping that in mind. I really hope I can. Like, I really hope I can with this design. It is a really cool design, so we'll see what we can do. And let me turn off my notifications. It's like nobody hits you up all day, and then you get hit up later in the day. Let me see. Hey. Hit you back streaming right now. Okay. Oh, also for this design, and this is very important, got my purple drink here. Got my pink drink, my bad. Got my pink drink. This is a strawberry lemonade, and you could already tell I've been sipping, but like, oh my God. Some good pink lemonade. And I also have some nuts, but no homo, pause. It's just nuts. They're good for you. Keep off the starvation. And let me just move some stuff around so this don't fall. Drink some more. When I finish that, I'm gonna get some water, because that one is kind of sweet. But let's go ahead, let's get into this. Wasting time. All right. So I have this set up to 2 inches, about 50 millimeters. Oh Lord, escape. 50.8 millimeters, right? So 51 millimeters. And that's going to be the largest diameter of the hoop the hoop earring. So I'm basically just going off of this. This is going to be the outer diameter of the hoop earring, and then we're going to have some diameter in there, and then put all the stones essentially around here. But I'm going to do everything in proportion to a 2-inch wide hoop, right? So first thing I'm going to do, or first things first, we are going to make that 2-inch circle. I just don't want it snapping to the size of this box, because I just kind of want to use the box as a reference, in which case I probably should actually make this on a new sketch, right? So let me actually just Control Z that, finish sketch. This is going to be the box that everything is in reference to. That way I can turn this box off and on separately from the rest of the model as I please, right? So from here, we're going to do new sketch, directly back on the same face, and we're going to add that 2-inch circle. Bang, bang, boom. And then we're going to add a center line, because we want essentially to make another circle with that center in that center line somewhere along here. So like right here, right? And we also want to control that size. Yeah, something like about like this. So we'll do 38. And now I can just kind of select it and move it up or down. What I may want to do is, let's see if I can do the distance from here to the distance from here. So let me actually move this down just for this time being, right? So we're just gonna move it down just for the time being. And what we're gonna do is we're going to create a line, and it's gonna be a reference line. And we're going to want this gap to be at least 1 millimeter. I would say 1.5 millimeters right there. And so now I can take this circle again and just bring it up to where it like connects right there. So I can do a constraint and hold up first. I think what I can do is like, no, actually coincident, right? Boom, boom. There. So now I have a 1.5 millimeter distance between this part, so that way I can, so it has like some thickness, and I can utilize that. And then from here I can also probably just kind of slide. It's not gonna let me slide, but probably change this, say to 40. Okay, and then it doesn't move this, it just moves this down, which is what we want, because that allows us to kind of play with the distance between here. And I'm trying to think if I want more distance. Let's actually inspect distance from here to here. Let me is using the shortest distance. Okay, let's go ahead and make a reference line here to here, and that's 9.3 millimeters. I think that's more than enough. Yeah, I think that's more than enough, because we don't want to use too crazy big stones in here. And according to this, you know, the stones, they stop some fair bit above that area or that space. So but you know, we'll see. Okay, so now we can finish this sketch. And now what we're going to do, yeah, I'm sorry y'all, it's like some asshole that what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to create like something like this with this profile, but I want it to kind of be curved up slightly. And so I'm trying to think of the best way to go about it. And the best way I think to go about it is essentially to create a cone and then project this in the Z direction onto that cone. And then from there I can basically cut that part of the cone out and yeah, I think that'll work. It just can't be that big of, like, you know, it'll have to be a shallow cone. So I'll show you guys what I mean right now. Is there a way I could just add a cone? I guess there is, because I can basically take this and extrude it. Yep, take this, extrude it, and then, oh my God, it's like everybody is like speeding. See, make this negative 45. Let's make it 55. Let's make it 60. Boom. All right, that's a good enough cone. New body. We're gonna go back and turn on the sketches that just auto turned off. Because what we're gonna do now, and yep, so this is our cone. We're gonna do a new sketch. Just I guess anywhere is fine. Turn on your 3D sketch, and now what we're going to do is go to project and project to surface. The face we're going to choose is the cone, and the curve that we're going to choose is this. And then instead of picking closest point, we'll do along a vector. Yeah, and the vector we're going to choose is, oh Lord, because you can't even see it, but we're going to choose the Z. Let's click OK. And so now, yep, that's what I wanted. Click Finish Sketch. And we're going to turn off, excuse me, I'm going to turn off the cone body. And now we have essentially a projection of that line, essentially, but it's at the angle that I want. Actually, this might be too much of an angle. Yeah, this is too much of an angle for this jewelry. But I can go ahead and make it and then just kind of squish it down. Yeah, I might just kind of do that because it does make it easier for me. But let me stop being lazy. Let me go back here. Let me change this to negative 50 or something. And then just decrease this. Actually, let's do negative 65. Negative 75. Okay. Okay, that's more like it. It's more gradual. I can even probably bring it down a little bit more. But you know what? No, actually, I'm going to keep this because what is this distance from here to here? It's going to use this shortest distance, 0.4. But let's, what if we did a little sketchy sketch and we projected this line and this line? No, actually, no. Let us include 3D geometry, and we're going to include these lines. Okay, and now we are going to just take this, simply kind of click there to there just to get an eyeball distance of what this is. Okay, so it is 17. Is that correct? No. See, and this is sometimes what happens when you use 3D geometry. Sometimes it gets wonky on you, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so we're getting about 2.5 millimeters, which is actually perfect. Like, this is so perfect, beyond perfect. I love that. I love that spread. So now we're gonna go to Finish Sketch, and now we're gonna do is a little tricky, or actually Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Yeah, just go back without doing anything. Just, yep. That sketch was really just for us. All right, so Yeah, I don't know why everything's so grayed out. But let's go to surface now, and let's see if we can patch this with this. Okay, and actually, let's see if we can try this again. If we did this and this. No. Let me see. Wondering if there's a way that I can patch this, but I may not need to, because I can possibly just extrude this up, cut that out, and then I also have the cone that I can possibly just use, right? Because we did make this cone. A lot of the times in like software like this, like engineering software, it really kind of forces you to think ahead and think in terms of how you're going to design something, right? So now because I have this cone, I can honestly just kind of take this circle and extrude it. So I'll show you guys. And just kind of cut that part out. Click OK, and now boom. And literally, this part was just like a part of a cone. And that's all I really had to like make or do, right? Okay, so now I do kind of want to make this like this connection, because I want to make it to a star right here, but I do kind of want to make it kind of structurally sound and like somewhat more grandiose, right? Let me see how everything's going. Okay, yo, what's good? What's up? I'm about to say, yo, what's up? Yo, if you stop by, drop a thumbs up in the chat. Okay. Let me see. My bad. I'm putting some stuff for the chat because I want to see, you know, if people stop by and everything, that's dope. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. So now I just kind of want to see something first. If I turn off all of these sketches, okay. That's how it looks so far. So, oh, I also want to go ahead and save this. Let me, I think what I'm going to name these are celestial earrings. Like celestial body, celestial earrings. I think that's a cool name. Let's see, drink some pink lemonade. All right, next time I go out, I'm going to get some water. So, next thing is next. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make some sort of simple design right here for right now. And I'm going to kind of like deck it out later. I don't know, I might deck it out now. Screw it, I might deck it out now. Let's go ahead and project. And we're going to project these two circles. From there, they're going to do an offset, but we're going to make it a solid and going to bring it out. Yeah, 0.5. 0.5 is good. And we're going to do the same thing to this side. Bring that out by negative 0.5. Okay. Now from here, we are going to use this center line as a reference. Yeah, we'll make it a solid. And yeah, we're going to take this angle and we're going to just choose a good angle and then project it to the other side. That would be too much. Maybe 105. I think 105 is pretty good. And it's okay how long it is because we're going to chop it off later. Pause. But so now objects, we're going to mirror this and we're going to bring it across this mirror line. And now let's go ahead and cut everything else out. We don't need you. Never needed you. Well, we did need you, but don't need you now. Okay, cool. Cool beans, cool beans. Now I may go ahead and try to kind of like increase the coolness factor of this. By having an area where I can like put in like a sun and a moon or something, like, or like clouds, something whimsical. I think I'm gonna put in something where it's like I can like easily just model some tiny clouds and put them in there. I think that'll be pretty cool. So if I go ahead and I clicked, not a 2 tangent circle. We don't really care about the tangent part. Let's do a 3-point circle. I'm gonna do this, this, and this allows us to kind of scale it up based off of those 2 points. And I think I'm gonna go with 5 millimeters. Now, whether I set stones in there or something else, probably, maybe stones, but we'll see, we'll see. I'll take this, bring it across this mirror line right here. Okay. Now we're gonna kind of do the same thing. Well, we can actually kind of just leave it like this. Yeah, we can leave it like this for right now and still kind of extrude it, but then able to kind of like take advantage of this circle in later design. So we can actually just kind of keep it lopsided like that. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extrude this as well as the circle. And now all we have to do is just make sure to get, oh Lord. Okay, hold up. This, okay, cool. This. Okay. And we are going to extrude that on 2 sides. Bring this side up and make it a new body. And yeah, we are going to bring this side back by 0.5. We are also going to, how do I turn off this graph again? I don't even know if I want to, because then I'm going to forget how to turn it back on. I think it was down here, right? It was here. Oh, that's because the grid isn't on. What's currently on is this sketch. That's why I couldn't see it. And then it is really the sketches that are on. Dang, that's what's messing me up right now. What I'm trying to see right now is essentially how much this extrudes from both sides. I think this is good for right now. Mainly because what I kind of want to do, actually, maybe I should do that. What I kind of want to do is I actually want to extrude this part from the back a little bit. Mainly because I just think that that's too flimsy. Let me, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to project, project. I know I project a lot. Blah, blah, blah. Bring this up here like so. Then what I'm going to do is, oh my God, I want a better angle to start from. Okay. Then what I want to do is kind of like figure out just how far down do I want the extra support. And I think this is a good spot right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and mirror that. What I need to do is also, to make this a solid, I need to make a 3-point arc that's directly on the lines that we just projected, right? And so now that's a solid body. That's what we want. We're gonna cut off this extra, finish the sketch. And now we are going to extrude this part like so. -0.5. And we are going to, maybe I should just join right now. I don't hurt nobody. But yeah, so this acts as extra material just to kind of like help this like flow out, and also for stability, like just having strong structural rigidity. So I want to, of course, I want to make it like, you know, dainty. I want to make it where it's like easier to like, you know, wear. It doesn't wear down too much, but at the same time, I kind of want it to, I want it strong, but I want it like kind of weightless or very low weight. So I'm gonna turn this back on again. And now what I kind of want to do is I want to add that star at the top. That's going to be where essentially it connects and people like start wearing it. So let me go ahead and do this. And for the stone that's going to be right there on the ear, I think a 5mm stone would be dope, right? Like if I made this a 5mm, and you know, essentially we're going to be bringing in, I'm going to be bringing in kind of like the housings for a 5mm stone, since I already have them, right? So I'm just going to kind of be bringing that in. And so actually, let me just go ahead and do that now then. Click X, finish sketch. From here, let me go to my stone housings that I like already made before. And I'm going to figure out where this 5mm stone housing is. And I may go ahead and change this. Or hold up. Instead of create new assembly, let's convert this to an assembly. Let's bring this right here. And I may have to make a copy of this, just because, as a matter of fact, what I could do is point to point. So take this point right there and bring it there. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, so what I'm going to need to do, I'm actually going to need to copy this to, the stone housings, because there's some changes that I want to make. Rename housing celestial earrings. Okay. And with this one, what I want to do is, I'm thinking, yeah, just chop off the bottom. Yeah, we're going to just chop off the bottom by this much. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Also, this is a weird opening. I don't like this opening. I'm going to bring this opening up, and I'm assuming that this was off of what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just brought it up some. Okay. So this is the stone housing that we're going to use. I'm going to save this, and what I'm going to do is to save myself some headache, I am going to replace this component with the earrings I just made. Boom. Okay. Cool beans. Now, because we're going to need to move this, we're going to need to unground it from its parent. And then we're going to click move/copy. And we're going to do the same thing, point to point. We're going to take this point here, bring it there. And so now it snaps. Boom. Okay. So, yeah, it's a good size. Could make it bigger, but you know, for right now, that's a good size. Like, I'm not going to change it too much. One thing I also want to do, and I just thought about this, is oh my God, cancel. Oh, that's why. I'm also going to rotate this 45 degrees. And so that way the prongs, essentially they can work with the star pattern that I now have to place. So now that I know the size of everything, and that 5 millimeters is like perfectly on that stone. That's actually why I'm thinking, do I want to do prongs or do I want to do bezel set? I might change this to a 5 millimeter bezel. Let me see if I have one. I do not have one. I need to make one. It's 2 millimeter housing. I might change that to a 5 millimeter housing real quick. Decisions. I guess I might as well just go ahead and make the instead of wasting time, I might just go ahead and make the star parts. Gonna need our center line first, project that point. Okay, then line, gonna create a center line for us. Here we go. Now create a center line for ourselves. And we are also going to like bring a line that's going to be, I'm trying to think, 2 millimeters out. That's fair. Didn't put the line at all. 2. Thank you. Okay, now going to go ahead and make our star pattern. Is that too far though? See, that might be too far. I don't know if we make this 7. Yeah, that's fine. I can't be too indecisive. Mirror line. Here we go. Okay. Got the mirror line. Got our star pattern. what we wish to do now is, I guess I do want to make a triangle on that pattern. Actually, I could just kind of make a plane, project that up to that plane, and then from there, or I could just extrude and make it a taper. Or extrude a triangle and then push the sides together. My bad, you guys. I'm really trying to think through how I'm about to make this pointed shape, because so there are some things in Fusion that seem like they should be simple that are actually like very complex to do. What I'm thinking is I create this triangle, then from creating this triangle, extrude it up, like so. 1.5 seems to be a good number. Click OK. Then do I draft? I'm thinking I take, so the pull direction is going to be, let me turn this off real quick. I think the pull direction is going to be this face, and the face that I want to pull is going to be this face. So then, yep, I'm going to bring this down. Not 15, but maybe negative 12. Okay, 0.5. That comes to a point. Click enter, or as close to a point as we're going to get. And now I should also be able to draft again, right? Or I can chamfer this side and this side. No. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the whole draft thing again, right? Pull direction is going to be this face, and face to pull is this, and so we're going to bring that in until it's at the center line, right? So if I click this, and then I just keep pulling this, what if this was 52 degrees on the dot? All right, so that's going to be 52 degrees. And now I think we just kind of do the same thing to the other side, right? So, okay, so we figured out how to create this shape. Yep, 52. Boom. Okay. So we figured out how to create this like little point shape in Fusion 360. That's kind of wild that it's difficult to make this shape in Fusion 360. But it is what it is. We got what we wanted. Let me see. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go back and bring this up to like 2 millimeters. Let's see what that does for me. Not too much. So I guess that doesn't change because the angle in which they need to come towards is going to remain the same regardless. Interesting. Okay, well that works still, because what I can do is click M to move. Set a new pivot and let that new pivot be, yeah, whatever, And now let's move it up. Oh, hold on. Now let's move this up. Whoa. Wow, so when I moved it up, it actually moved up the entire freaking thing. Interesting. Interesting. No, like this is intriguing to me. Like I haven't seen this before. Let's see what happens if I do that. Okay, so let me see. Jesus. Okay, let me move this like so it's back in the center, although I don't know how it moved from the center. What? Okay, now it's back in the center. And from the side, okay, that's doable. That's doable. I'm gonna get rid of all the extra material and stuff in the center. Let me also trying to think if now this needs to be bigger, which I'm thinking it does need to be. Instead of a 5mm, 6mm, but let me see if I can't just go in and change some angles on this or something. First off, let me change this to 8. Oh, screw it. I'll do that. Fuck it. And I think the thing that actually needs to change is this right here, correct? Let me turn this off and change this to 1.5. And see, it just kind of moved everything else down as well. Okay, this may not be a problem. So it comes down to, so it comes to the prongs. See what the side looks like. Side still looks cool. To be honest, I may cut. I think that's what I might do. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this at about right there. And I'm going to do that with the plane. I'm going to bring this plane up to kind of where I see this cut needs to happen. 1mm is okay. Bring that plane up 1mm, and then what we're gonna do is split body, body to split. Splitting tool is gonna be our new plane. Then I'll click OK. And now, yeah, we should have a top and a bottom. This is the top, although too small. Instead of 1mm, let's try 0.5. Okay, so now we have a nice little star thingy, and what we can do is we can go ahead and extrude this star thingy down 0.5, and yeah, let's have those two things join. Just because I know it's not joined to this because this is a component, right? But now it doesn't intrude and cut into the prongs and all that stuff. All of that annoying mess. So now let's go ahead, pattern, circular pattern. Yeah, bodies, whatever. Objects, axis. Oh, god dang it. We need to make the axis. Okay, cancel that for right now. What we need to do is... yeah, we'll do axis 3-cylinder, colon, or whatever. Click that, click OK. And now what we need to do is go into a new sketch. Go into a new sketch, and we are going to project or include 3D geometry. We're going to click that. And what that does is it turns it into something that we can actually use or click on as an axis. So now let's go into our pattern, circular pattern. This is the body axis. This is our axis right there. And we're going to bring this up to 4. Okay. And as we can see, we kind of have what we want, which is the one at the end kind of intersecting this piece right here. Okay. So now what I want to do is, I think I want to select all these bodies. I think I want to move them up just slightly. Yeah. Yeah, move them up by 0.5. And then extrude them down again. Yep, that's what I want to do. Extrude all these down again. And now they should have all joined to each other annoyingly, but that's fine. Oh, did this join to this? Also annoying, but that's fine as well. Whatever. As long as this connection right here is nice and robust, nice and strong, I'm fine with it. That's what we want. I actually kind of like that it peeks out now. That's actually a really nice touch. So we'll keep that as that. And, you know, later on, what I'm going to do is use those circles. Excuse me. Use those circles to like project an opening for something, probably clouds, like I was saying. But yeah, I'm going to have like a cloud design right there. And I might go in and like custom design that. So, you know, I'll like go ahead and do the 3D modeling for it. Let me see. Okay. I probably do need to use the bathroom in a little bit, but I'm fine for right now. So let's just keep going, whatever. What I want to do is I want to start placing some stones, some gemstones in areas and places and stuff, just to kind of see. I don't have a pear shape or a teardrop shape, pear shape, nothing. Okay, so we need to go over to Blender, because that's where I have access to like this Blender kit where they have files. And yeah, those were like some architectural plans. I'll also be doing some architecture every now and then. So, but we're going to go and yeah, we're going to go click here, pair cut diamond. And as you can see, I have like all this stuff load up. And because I have full access, I can probably just grab this. Is this the only one they have though? Might be the only one they have. So we'll work with that. Yeah, because they're just like showing actual bears. So let's work with that. What we're going to do, bring this out here like so. We're going to actually delete this, delete this, delete this. And our pair cut diamond, we're going to scale this way up because, yeah, I was like, yeah, we can't see that at all. That was way too small. And now what we're going to do is snap selection to cursor. Boom. So now it's like in the center of our project, right? And this right here, that's kind of what we want to extract. So with our pear cut diamond right here, and I'm kind of trusting like the proportionality on this, but if not, I can always change the proportionality in Fusion for it to be exact, right? So file, export, STL, and we're gonna do selection only. Oh God, I have so much stuff. Going to go here, Blender files, yeah, let's save it here. Pear cut diamond. This is STL, right? Yep. We're gonna export this. So now I can go ahead and, I mean, yeah, you're either gonna have to design your own pear cut, or you're gonna have to like buy one online if you want one that's like, if you don't want to model it, or if you want one that's more exact. So yeah, you're probably gonna have to do that. But what I can now do is, yeah, sorry, bro. But what I can now do is go to Blender files, jewelry, and we can go to our pear cut, which is right there, and upload. So wherever it's uploaded to, yep, right there. Oof, excuse me. Those felt really good though, I'm not gonna lie. Felt really, really good. Let's eat some of my nuts. Pause. Pause, pause, pause. Okay. So we got a little bit of room to play with. We got a little bit of room to play with. I might need to go get some more pink drink. I don't know. That's how it looks with all the lines. So far, at least. Oh, okay, it's finally here. I was like, why is this taking forever to load? I guess it was already loaded. Yeah, flat shaded. There we go. So if it like bends the shape like that, you can shade it flat. So that way the edges are sharp, which is what we need and what they're supposed to be in the first place. But let me go to top down view, and let's figure out like pear cut diamonds, common dimensions. It's saying 6x4, 7x5. I don't know if that's true. 8x6. It's 1.25 carat. I might go with the 6x4. Reason being, I think is more common. If not, I might go with the 8.5 by 6.5. Let me see something real quick. I want to see is just in case I want to make some in moissanite, you know. Just in case I want to make some in moissanite, I want to make sure that that moissanite is easy to get. So, and then what we're going to do is cross compare with diamonds, so that way I know what sizes I'm working with. Okay, so 6x8 is a common one, right? Because 6x8 is 1.25 carat. And see, that's why I need to check, because they don't have a 6.5 by 8.5. So if I want to use that, it would have been hard for me to find this. You see, and that's why I'm like checking the moissanite. I'm checking what they have in moissanite first before I go ahead and do it, because I'll use these numbers and then I'm only able to get like natural or lab grown diamonds for it. And then it's just like, well, shit, you know? This is a cool, like, what if I put these stones in it? That would be cool too. I'm going to save this because I'm just like, this is fire. I'm not going to lie, this is fire. Okay, so they have a 6x8 as well. Excuse me. So they have a 6x8. This has a 6x8. This over here is a 6x8. Yeah, let's just go with the 6x8. I think that's a common size. So we're gonna go ahead and design this to be 6x8. Change that to 8. Change this to 6. Okay. And now what we're gonna do is scale. And we're gonna scale this entity at this point, and we're going to do a uniform scale. We're gonna scale this down by there. Okay. And I think, yeah, I'm gonna click OK. And then I'm gonna repeat this scale, because now we need to scale it okay. Because now we need to scale it in this direction. Okay. So now we have our pear shape. And I may need to scale it again, because I may need to scale the height of it. So let's go ahead and actually check the height. 6x8 teardrop. Let me see. I guess the height doesn't really matter as much, but .5 to 3.8. Okay. Okay, so I guess we're gonna do create a new sketch, and from here we are going to, yep, make it a reference. And it said 3.3 to 3.8, so this is actually small. Let's design for the biggest that we'll have, the biggest discrepancy. Well, we can actually take that center because not too many are going to go past that 3.5. Some of them probably will, and I'm probably closest on to what to this webcam. But let's go with 3.5. I'm just more comfortable with that. And then we are going to go ahead and scale again, scale this at this point, and we're going to bring this up to there. Okay. Okay, now what I want to do is, I guess I could just kind of leave this as a mesh body, but we can go to mesh and kind of convert this over. So convert to mesh, we're going to click on this mesh body, parametric, click OK. And now it is a solid body. Okay, which is more native to Fusion 360, right? So now I'm just going to make it kind of look look like it's a freaking diamond, although this isn't a really good substitute, but it works for now. And so that kind of looks like a diamond. Yeah, so there's our pear-shaped diamond. And what I'm about to do is rename this, because this one is a 6x8. Six x 8 millimeters. Okay, cool. So this is 6x8 millimeter diamond, right? We're going to do, let us, I guess we could turn off these, turn that off for a sec. Yeah, these just off. Okay, I can take this pear diamond, just kind of pop it in, and so if these are at 45, that's 45.90. What's halfway? 22.5. So we're going to change this to 22.5 degrees. Oh crap. I really hope okay, it didn't ground, but and now I'm just kind of seeing how that looks. Yeah, like halfway out, about right there. Yeah, okay, I like it. I like it. Basically what I'm doing is I'm kind of like just kind of testing this size of stone. I may want it a little bit bigger to make even more of a statement. Let me see what else is out there. Because I may want to make it bigger just to make the statement. Like, you know what I mean? Let me see if a 10x6 is normal. Or a 10x8. Okay, so the 10x8. See, this has a 10x7. Yeah, 10 by 7 isn't normal for diamonds. Let me see. Okay. So they have them too. It's just very expensive. 8 by 10 is very expensive. So I don't even know if I want to even touch that. This is a 6 by 8. I probably just kind of need to make it work with 6 by 8, right? I'm thinking yes, because otherwise it's just going to be too much money. Which also isn't a bad thing. Let me say that, but fewer buyers. And I'm checking the time because in like 50 minutes or so, I need to go put this metal into the thing so I can cast. For this next part, I'm just really sitting here thinking. Because I'm like, okay, how am I about to make this? Although, I think I have an idea. I think I'm going to like make the line, then do like a sweep, but taper the sweep as it goes. Definitely about to try it. Okay, my bad, y'all. So we created our center line, right? And what I'm about to do is I'm about to have this, just kind of connect somewhere right there. And then I'm going to start using a fit point spline. And I'm going to be using this to kind of draw my little squiggly shapes. Yeah. Let's see. And yeah, I think that's a cool squiggly shape. It might be too far out, but I hope it's not. Gonna click finish. And so now, let me, yeah, plane along path. Let me see. Okay, and it does click this entire path. Beautiful. So now, on this path, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a triangle, and this triangle is going to be the height of this little squiggly thing that we're about to use, which I'm just making 2.25, right? No particular reason other than it looked good. I'm gonna make this, yeah, about 2.5 to start. That's fine. And then we're gonna create a line like this. And now we're going to mirror this side over here and just create a solid shape. Now from this solid shape, hopefully we can sweep along this path right here. And let's try to do a taper. Let's see. I already know where it like, oh, it's tapering out. Hold up. Make this with -1 degree. Okay, so as soon as it passes there, it intersects with itself, right? So that's the problem. Another problem is tapering up, which is not what we want. Okay, I think I know what to do. So instead of this, what we're gonna do is first we're gonna turn off these bodies. Let's see. My bad, you guys. Sometimes I be getting clients. So this was a client. Let me just call her back. Hold up, I might have to put this so you guys can't hear me. All right, my bad, y'all. So yeah, I don't know. I do not know. But what I think that I'm gonna do is I am going to plane through two edges. Maybe I just need to do an axis through 2 points real quick. This point and this point. Let's click OK. And then maybe I can do a plane at angle. Oh, yep, I can. All right, beautiful. So now I'm just gonna, plane at angle. Well, not negative. I want to go +90. Okay. And now, let me turn off this axis. What I can do is create a new sketch. It can be on this axis, whatever. 3D sketch. And now what we want to do is project. Okay, yeah, so this is the face. And the curves are going to be here. And okay. And now project direction is going to be the Z. Okay. Okay. So now let's finish that sketch. Let's go ahead, turn off this plane. And now we have kind of like a rail for this thing to follow. So now that we have a rail for this thing to follow, I think we should just be able to, not even loft, but Actually, maybe. Loft, guide type, rails. Let me select this is a rail. Okay, so that didn't work. Trying to think. What if I did just add like a small triangle right here and then just kind of sweep it out? Oh, this gets tough, you know? What I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is, let me see if I can do this, because all I need to do is get it once, right? So we're going to do plane along path again. We're going to stop here. Then I'm going to create a sketch on this plane and kind of turn off this. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is take this and project this and this. Okay. Now I'm at this point in this like little pathing, right? What I want to do is offset this and offset this and offset them until they're like touching this point right here, right? Hold up. Let me also project this. Let's project that. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do this offset again. I don't think it's going to let me snap this to here in this space, but I can get it as close as possible. I think that's pretty close, whatever. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, we're just going to do a cut from here to here. Screw it. And now just cut off all these extra little bits. Okay. Sketch. So now we have our first like little loft thingy. And now let's see if we can do a sweep from here. But this is the path. Okay. And bring that taper to like what, -1. See, this is the thing that annoys me though. It's like it raises it up. And this is also way too flimsy in terms of what I'm thinking. Let me see. Let me turn this body back on. Yeah, way too flimsy. Yeah, this thing needs to be wide. Okay, so what I'm thinking is first I need to go ahead and change this, right? So this needs to be like what, 5 at least. Let's finish that sketch. Okay. Next is this. Okay. Now we're going to do the whole projection thing again. Let me see, do I need to turn the sketch back on? I do. Okay, that's what it was. Or no, that's what it currently is. Let's project. It's not letting me. Okay, it was that. Yeah, sometimes these shapes are not easy to make in Fusion. They just give you a better way to do it. Sorry, I gotta create our closed shape. And now let me go ahead and turn this body back on. Okay, so that's a lot better. Can't complain too much. So now let me go and should I make it even wider? My bad, y'all. I'm thinking like, yo, this needs to be even wider than this. Because that still might be too small. Yeah, I think I need to go ahead and make it even wider. It's crazy. I'm a madman. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. This going in that much, not gonna fly. So this needs to now be okay. Let's bring that down to right there. Boom. Click OK. We're gonna cut this here to here. And now it's our second profile. And okay, not too bad, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see how the sweep looks, and then I'll decide from there what we're gonna do after that. And why does it now want to sweep? It's crazy. So now, bring this taper angle down. -1. It's crazy. And this could be a new body, but still, it's like, it's looping around like crazy, like it's mad. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to think what I can really do to mitigate this issue right here. You know, maybe it's a shape I can't make in this software. I think I can. But let me see. Is there a way where I can make these rails kind of like curve in the same direction as this more so effortlessly without me having to? You know, I might have to. Let's see. I might just have to. What I'm thinking now is I can project this and this and project this. Then just kind of play along, right? Play along right here as well. And then just kind of use these. And I can see why it was so easy for it to intersect. But just kind of like play along with this. And just kind of use the curve, or like just somewhat follow this curve. Like so. Okay, now can I kind of use that as like a rail? I probably will need something at that end though, right? So if I took this, brought it out to the very tip, pause, and then created a sketch. Made this 0.05. Should even be smaller than that, like, didn't even make it, see, because it was so small. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm just creating this triangle, going to select this, mirror it over, and basically this is going to act as a guide, I'm hoping, to get to this point right here. We're going to see if this works. Let's go ahead and do a loft between this and this using these as rails, as well as this. It ain't the prettiest. It ain't the prettiest. Let's see. Okay. Having them as separate rails. I might have done a little something. I'll click OK. And then I also just saw the shaded. It does leave weird squiggly lines in there. I gotta admit, it is kind of cool. I guess the software needed those extra lines. Let me see if I can clean that up. But I know why though. It's because this, just trying to make this 0.02. Let's try to make this 0.02 as well. See what happens. Did that smooth it out? To an extent it did. To an extent it did. Let's see. I may have to go in on each one and kind of fix that, like with like organic modeling, but I'm just kind of thinking, part of me is just like, well, fuck it. Or, I mean, well, screw it. I didn't say that, guys. I didn't say that. You guys, you guys misheard something. I misspoke. I don't know what that was. Let me go ahead, click this and this. Be like, move this up like so. Let's see. Yeah. Let me try that again. Just so we can kind of see what we're doing. We're working with 0.5. Okay, yep, that's perfect. That's the wave. And then, of course, we got a little bit of room for our stones as well. I don't know, I just kind of feel like I want to scale this a bit. From this point, I don't like that point. I don't like that point, ew. I don't want to use that point. Well, okay, whatever. And let's just do a uniform scale. Let's see what happens. Yeah, hence why I don't like this point, but it's okay though. Let's do 1.25. Let's see how that looks. Okay, not too bad. Let's move it up. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I think there's something that's elegant about this that I just kind of like more. So let's just kind of go with that. I'm going to combine this and this. And then I'm going to take this. What's this body? Yeah, we're just going to leave that hidden. I'm just going to rename this garbage. Garbage. Okay, so that's just something that's left over. We are going to go ahead and do a circular pattern using this, and the axis is going to be our center X, and we're going to do 4, but we're going to suppress this one. We only want the ones on the side. Let's click OK. See how that looks. Okay. Not too bad. I'm going to get rid of all the stuff in the center, guys. Don't worry. I'm just thinking. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do now is bring back, not this sketch, but this one. I'm bringing back this sketch, and we are going to extrude this through. Except, crap. Forgot. Okay. Well, we can't do that now because I forgot this part that we have attached. So we're going to have to create a new sketch. In this sketch, we are going to project this, and then, yeah, just kind of cut this right there, like so, finish. And now we are just going to extrude this. Boom, cut that stuff in the center, all that mess, and turn sketch back off so we can kind of see the damage. Not too bad. No, not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. No, we're in a decent place, a decent spot position. I'm probably or pause. I'm about to go get some water real quick and use the bathroom, and I'll be like right back. So, all right. Give me 1 sec. Yeah. No, but it looks nice so far. I can't complain. Can't complain. Can't complain. Oh, and then if we turn this on too. Okay. All right, give me 1 sec, y'all. I'll be right back. Oh, hold up. I almost forgot. Let me turn off my Rode mic real quick. All right, you guys, I'm back. Whew, my bad. I had to use the bathroom, get some more water, so I could think. Okay. So, excuse me, but now with this body, I kind of want it right there on the 45. So, and then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to scale those down. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a pattern again. Circle, axis, this body, and we're just going to have the two. Instead of full, I'll do partial. And with this partial, gonna go 45 degrees. Yep. Because that's right in the center. Gonna click OK. And now with this new body, I'm gonna go ahead and scale that down. I hate that we have to do it around this point, but it's whatever. I'm gonna scale it down 0.75. That's fair. Let's click OK. And now I'm gonna move it. Move it or lose it. Negative point, oh my God, 25. Does it need to go lower? No, it might. Well, actually, no. Well, yeah, but let's do negative 0.3. It's really close. Okay. Yeah, so I brought it down like 0.36 or something. Something awfully close to what it actually needs to be. In fact, to my line of vision, that is somewhat indistinguishable. I think that's where it needs to be. But now we have our like little second squiggly, right? Gonna take that squiggly. And of course, gonna do a pattern, circular pattern. Select the z-axis as our center axis, and do 2, but do partial again. Right? So it was 280, but that's, or should it be 2? Yeah, it should be 280 or 270. Yeah, because from 270 then it goes to 360. So yeah, 270 degrees around, and okay. Now we have something. No, we cooking though, we cooking. I'm just trying to decide if all of these should need to actually be bigger. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Maybe I should make these stones bigger. The way they make more of a statement. I'm thinking I do need to make them bigger. And then I might have to extrude all this down as well. That is if I can extrude all this down. We shall see. Might have to project some stuff. Again, I know I project a lot. I think I want this stone bigger. Let me see. This one's an 8 by 10. Let's see how much it costs, like IGI. You even have lab grown. Okay. How much is the lab grown? 2.5, right? We're saying 2.5 carats is 8 by 11. So that says 8 by 11. Okay, so this is saying 8 by 11. This is saying 8 by 10. It says 8 by 10. What's this say? It says 8 by 10. Let me see what Ritani has. Two 2.5. Let's see the dimensions on this. .57 by 11.56. Let's see this one. 7.53 by 11.17. So they all look like they're falling in this 8 by 11 range. You know, I just want to like really make sure. Oh, see, this is going to be wrong because this says 8 by 11, 2.5 carats, 8 by 11, 2.3 carat. So this is going to be wrong. Okay. I think I'm okay with doing like an 8x10 pear cut. So let me go ahead and copy this to gemstones. And 10 minutes before I have to like dip and go cast. So let me go ahead and rename this 8x10. And what I'm going to do now is change this to 10 and change this to 8. Bring this to here. Okay. Then this. Hold up. And then this one was non-uniform, right? Hold up. Let me. Let's see. Okay. So this changed it to 8x10. Finish, right? Then this needs to be scaled to here. Okay. Next with this was a non-uniform, and it was just this. To there. That's where we're getting that 8x10. Okay. And then, except this probably needs to be what? 4.88. So now let's change this to 4. Oh my God. 4.88. Smooth. Now with this, let's make sure this is non-uniform. Bring that up to there. Okay. Okay. That looks cool. Okay, let's put that in right there. Let's go ahead and excuse me, my bad. Let's oh, then after that I converted it. Right. Okay, cool. So we got our 8x10. Now let's go to the earrings. Let's go to our pear cut diamond and let's replace the component with pear cut 8x10. Okay. And that looks like it takes up enough space to justify where the F it is, right? Yeah. That looks like that's going to be ample space for this stone. So now what we're about to do is we're going to create the housing for this stone and then essentially just kind of finish up the outer hoop of the earring. But it looks dope so far. Even these ridges, like, they're growing on me. They are definitely growing on me. But yeah, well, so when I need to go cast, all I need to do is just put the what is it called? The metal in the furnace and all that stuff. And, you know, just kind of let it, just kind of, okay, let's do it. I gotta kind of let the metal melt, and then from there, that's when I'm gonna be able to like cast. So okay, bringing this in. I don't care if it's grounded. I'm not gonna lie. What I care about is everything else, right? So what I'm gonna do now is project the entire outer part of this. And to make sure that I'm only clicking the outer lines, you're gonna have to take your time. And there are many ways to do this. You can set it up to where it cuts like right through the girdle, or you can set a plane where you move it up, it cuts straight through the girdle, and essentially you just project everything that it cuts through directly onto that plane. And from there you can project that down onto your base plane, which is where I'm at right now, and then just kind of extrude it up from there. Or you could just extrude it from that plane if you really want to. I just wouldn't do that. But the thing about it is that there's so many ways to do so many different things, to where it's like, here we go. Let me just. There are so many different ways to do things where it's just like, you can kind of do anything that you darn well please. It's just a matter of, do you know how to put it together in a way where you can do it on the software and it makes sense to the software. You know what I mean? But okay. So also what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn all of these into their own thing as well. X. Okay. So now they're all solids. Let's click Finish Sketch. And now I can do the outside as well as the inside, but let's do the outside first. Just turn this back on to see how high we need to make this. I do think that's high enough, but yeah, I like more than enough material to push over the stone. That's just always been like a thing for me. I think most jewelers just like more than enough material to push over the stone. It's very like helpful. Makes life a lot easier. I kid you not. I tell you what. I tell you what. Okay, now I'm gonna turn this sketch back on. Click this and kind of like move it up. And I kind of want to look at the stone so I can kind of see how high it's going, what I'm doing. It's directly into the girdle, but that gives it more than enough room for the girdle itself. Okay, so I'll just lock that in. Go with that. Then I'm going to want, yes. What I'm going to want is to project this point right here. Click OK. And now go back to my shaded invisible edges, and I can use that point to now create a beauty hole or a brilliance hole. 2mm brilliance hole is fine. And now we're going to just extrude that baby all the way through. Oh my freaking God. Stop clicking on random shit. Software. Stop. Okay. Boom. And now glory hole is there. Let me see if I can just kind of draft all this away. Don't need all this mess. Okay, to that. And now I'm also going to draft. Face I'm going to draft is this face, or oh, hold up. Pull direction. I guess I can't do that. Pull direction. I wonder what a nice pull direction is going to be. Actually, let's see if we can just do this. Let's see if we can just do a chamfer. Okay, that means I need to go put the metal in the chamber. So give me a sec after this. Let's do 2.5. Actually, 2 distance. Let's bring this side back up. Let's bring this side out. Oh God. Can this do 2.75? Can. Okay, that's fine. Let's see, pair. Okay, pair still cutting into it. Actually, I don't like that at all. I'm not gonna lie. What I think I might end up just having to do is just kind of letting the pair kind of cut. You know what I mean? Like, break link. Okay. Actually, Control Z. Jesus Christ. Oh, I guess there are certain things that I couldn't do. Okay, can I use this to cut? I probably can't use that to cut. Okay, give me a sec. Let me go take care of this real quick. I'll be right back. Take care of this casting. Okay, my bad, y'all. My bad. There was a lot that, basically I went to like go prep the casting and everything and or prep the silver for casting and it didn't fit in the furnace. And so or it didn't fit in the crucible. And so because of that, I basically had to spend some time like breaking and cutting apart that silver just so I can get it in the crucible. But okay, I'm back. So let's go ahead and I gotta go check on the metal in like 30 minutes because it is currently melting right now. But okay, so this is what we kind of need to do. We need to go ahead and I'm going to hide this. I'm going to construct kind of like a tangent plane. What I want is I want an axis kind of going along here. Okay. I want to do just create a line across like so. Create a tangent like that. Then construct plane at an angle on this like so. Yeah, sure, why not? And then create a sketch where I'm going to actually project this as well as this, just project this whole freaking thing, right? And that's the thing that I'm going to be cutting through. So yeah, let's actually go ahead and see if we can extrude this. Going to first extrude this down with a taper angle of like -5, whatever. And it's not going to do it. Let me go back into this. Let me do an offset. Actually, yeah, let's chain this. Let's do it like about right there. And let's finish this sketch because now what we should be able to do is just extrude that part. Let's go to our bodies, body yaddy yaddies, body yaddy pilates, and let's just do 2 sides and let's see how this extends out. Let's click OK. And all I'm doing is just adding cuts to try to make sure that the stone doesn't touch anywhere along this. So, like say with this, right? Let me see if I can just extrude this. No, not round, but let me see if I can chamfer this now. Let's do equal distance. Oh my god, I can't chamfer any freaking thing. I can't chamfer not a 1. That is ridiculous. Okay, And I'm not able to break link. See if I can offset face. Might be able to just pull these back, to be honest. Let's see if we can just do that. Don't ask. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. I just kind of offset this face. And it somewhat worked. I'm really just trying to remove material though for this pear shape. That's all I'm really trying to do. You see I have a cut at the bottom. That's not good. I'm gonna patch all that up, but still. You know what, let's just do that. I'm gonna patch all this up. So we just gonna make sure that it can't touch the stone and just leave it at that. Cause I'm just like, yeah. Just like this is gonna be a little too much, boss. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna have to cut them anyway, so. Let me do offset face again. If I just do these two faces. Hey. Okay. Okay, I could live with that, where only that part is touching. Alright, whatever. Whatever. You just want to make sure that, like, essentially, this pear shape Wonder if there's any way I can like get rid of that. Let me see if I can move this face just out the way. What if I can do that? Software probably like new. No bueno. Okay, yeah, see. See. Is that possible? No. It's okay. We'll just move on. Screw that. Just need a housing. As a matter of fact, I don't even need to do all this because I could just cut out the housing as I'm going. Man, screw all this because it just makes it look ugly. We're going to leave it like this. And basically what I'm going to do is in real life, I'm just going to carve this out. Screw it. Screw it's the easiest way. Whatever. I'm just going to leave it like that. We'll do that. Then we'll do a chamfer. Oh my God. Gotta go around all of this. Okay, so either I'm going to apply a chamfer or this. Okay, I can. Okay, smooth. Smooth, smooth. That works for me. Yeah, that works for me. Okay. So now, just making sure. And yeah, can get that to like fit in there. Let me actually extrude this just a little bit more. We'll do 4.5 just to make sure that there's enough for the stone, you know? Okay, so now let's see how this looks where it's just normally shaded. And is there a way? I don't think that, because this is a body, I don't think that there's a way to like smooth, to shade smooth. Yeah. Yeah. I would have probably had to do some kind of custom thing all the way around. But let me go ahead and save this in housings, stone housings, paracut 8x10, paracut housing 8x10. Let's do it. Okay, so now we should have our stone housing. Where's the paracut? It's gonna be right here. Bang, bang, boom. You know what? Let me actually go ahead and let's just replace this. Let's replace the component with okay. Okay. Not too bad. My bad. I know y'all hear my phone going the flip off. I'm trying to decide if I should actually lower this. I think I'm going to. Because if I lower it, I'm just going to have to make sure that the extrusions on the bottom kind of match out with it. Which is what I'm going to have to do anyway. And then like combine everything and then hollow it out, right? My bad, you guys. I'm like getting lots of freaking contacts. Okay. But now what I can do is I can go ahead and do our circular pattern again, capture the position, and this time we're going to do components. Going to pick our z-axis again, and we're going to do partial, except we're going to go this way. Do we want to do 90? We do kind of want to do 90. That's 0. It's 45. This is 90. 90 just feels off. Let me do 1 or 2 instead of 90. Oh, that is 45. Okay, yeah, let's do 90. Because the stones, they would be 45 degrees off from each other. So, and then now we're going to repeat that. Take this axis, and we're going to do 2 and partial again. I'm going to do 45. Okay. That looks nice. That looks really nice so far. That's fire. What I may want to do is, do I want to move these in more? Trying to think, like, what are those right there? And then those would come in more, but I actually like that. I like that, but nah, I don't like it that much. I like this more. I like this more just because, like, there's like less spacing between this part and this part, which I like. And I don't want to like make those any bigger. Yeah, I don't think it'll be smart to make those any bigger. So I think that's probably the best bet in terms of like what I kind of need to do. So yeah, so I think this is kind of what it's going to have to be. And yeah, and I'm going to like, yeah, because I don't want to raise these. I don't want to raise these at all. This will be kind of a lot to put on an earring, but I'm gonna hollow it out because I'm gonna have to make this thicker just for it to cast anyway, right? So I'm gonna do that. Oh my freaking, hello? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Trying to think. Maybe I don't need this thick. Maybe I can go ahead and like, instead of 1, let's bring that to 0.5. So I just decreased it by 0.5. Let's go ahead and update because I'm thinking about material, thinking about time, space, all of that, right? And so, but this looks really, really nice so far. And so we are very close to working on, okay, got 14 minutes. We are very close to working on the internal. What we need to do is we need to add, and I think what I'm going to do is I might go ahead and turn, because if these stones right here are going to have like all prong settings, yeah, if these stones all right here are going to have all prong settings, then I think that it'll probably be best. Yeah, it'll probably be best if this was also like if this was also like a bezel set. So let's go ahead and let's see about doing that. First off, I think the size stones that I probably want right here are going to be similar in size to this, but I also want these stones to be similar or literally the same as this. So I might change these to 6mm stones. That's probably going to be the best bet if we're going with that. So let's go ahead, let's design for that, and then we'll just like see what we can do or change afterwards. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and copy this. And we're going to turn this into a 6mm. Yep, I'm gonna turn this to a 6mm. I know that this is 2, 1. Let's go ahead and break that link. So now that's just like in here. And what we're going to do is we're first going to scale everything up. So we're going to scale this as well as this using our center point. Why would that ever be the only point? Is there, I can't click on any other point. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's add some points. Jesus Christ. That's the point that we want. Okay, let's go back to scale. Scale this, select this point right there, and now we're going to scale that up by, because this is 2, so I'm going to scale it up by 3, because we need it to be 6mm, right? So now, it's just for, well, I guess that's kind of what I want. That is going to be a lot of overhead though, so I might want to go ahead and change just how much overhead this is, because that is kind of ridiculous. Let's see. No, not that one. Let's see, is it this one? No. Okay, yeah, it's this one. I'm gonna move this down. Is this a separate body? It's not a separate body. Can I move this down? Okay, it's not letting me. Let me delete. Now can I move this down? Okay. Jesus Christ. Delete this. Okay, now I should be able to move it, right? Okay. Finally. So it had a whole bunch of constraints on it. I had to go in and delete all those stupid constraints. So now Okay. Just got to move the stone down some more. Just fine. But now we have a properly sized stone. The proper housing. Okay. Also, I want to figure out how much overlap is that, because I probably don't need it to be this thick. Let me see what that outer diameter is. What is this inner diameter? So the outer 7.8 and that inner 6.3. So 7.8 minus 6.3 is what? Oh, 1.5. So it's like 0.75 millimeters. Okay, that's not too bad. And then let me go ahead and inspect from, I guess, from you to you. Okay, so that's for a 6 millimeter stone. I actually want to scale down this housing again. I want to scale this down by not too much, like there. Because we want a little bit of a gap, but I don't really care for the gap. You know, like it's like I can just cut out the housing a little bit more to help the stone sit a little bit better, which is going to be okay anyway. And you're going to need to do anyway as well. So it's like whatever. Now we're going to capture this position and cut, yeah, about 4 millimeters. That sounds about right. Okay. Let's go ahead and save that. And this is for 6 mil housing flush. Okay. Oh yeah, my bad. This is another thing I'm working on. Oh my God, where is my freaking thing? Okay. 6 millimeter housing flush. What I'm gonna do is actually just turn it. Instead of 45, what do we want? We want 67.5? I think so. And then, oh, hold up. Always do that. And then we're gonna move it to about right there. All right, yeah, it's about center-ish. Want it more out or more in? That's what she said, but okay. Okay, I like that positioning. Looks elegant, looks elegant. Gonna take this, going to mirror it, and we're gonna mirror it across this plane. Let's click OK. Oh crap, I didn't set the size. Let me first do that. Or the height, my bad, not size, height. And I'm gonna try to get like the same like housing height between these stones, which is about right there. Okay. And so now, oh my God. Yes, capture position again. Now, oh my freaking go over. Okay. So now we have those stones set. We have our pear shapes set. And now we're really getting that shape that we were going for, right? I need to go check on this metal real quick. I might end up casting, so I'll be right back. Yeah, but no, this is good. We have our essentially center shape. Let me go ahead and change this as well. Replace this component with our 6mm housing flush. Replace. Okay. Move this down. Ooh, make this flush with this. Kind of like that look. Yeah, I'll go with that. Let's lock it in. Okay. And this is what we have so far. I might need to scale these up. So that's actually, let me just go ahead and do that. I combined all of these somewhere along the way. I need to go back and find that. Or I could just leave it like this. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it like this. But yeah, let me go check on this. And I will be right back. Okay. All right, y'all, my bad. Whew. Had to go cast. Don't know if the casting was a success or not, but we'll see in a little bit. Excuse me. So yeah, like this time around I superheated the metal and everything, which could actually play a role into what I have going on. But okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to see if we can go ahead and make these bigger. So I'm gonna have to go back to a point where they merged, and that last point where it seems like they merged was here. So instead of clicking join, let's join that like that. Okay. So now, yep, this is its own separate body. Perfect. And now because this is its own separate body, and these are in the right position, okay, cool. So now that this is its own separate body, what I can do is I can go ahead and scale this part up. And it is directly from that center, so let's do that. And I'm gonna scale it up to where it looks about right on this piece, which is probably about right there. Well, we do want to make it look like it's radiating from the stone itself. So I guess right there is going to be perfect. And I'll just make it even just for the hell of it. Okay. And yeah, I think that's good. I think that looks really, really nice. Oh yeah, definitely making a statement. I may just put some stones right here. I'm thinking that might be the best bet, the bestie of bets, the bestie best of bets. So yeah, I just think that that'll look nicer. So what I'm gonna do is measure and inspect this. The diameter is 5 millimeters, so probably a 4 millimeter stone. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and make a 4 millimeter housing flush. And with this 4 millimeter, all I'm going to do is oh, well, you know what? Let's just keep those scales, whatever. I'm just gonna take this, and sure. And for the point, we're gonna click this, and we're gonna scale it down by 0.5, or because this is 6 going to 4 by 2/3. And this should be 4 millimeters. I hope. Let's measure. Boom. Let's see. There. Yep, 4 millimeters. Close enough to. But okay. Cool beans. So we got our 4 millimeter housing. Now we're gonna pop back over into here. What I want to do is turn back on this sketch. Yep. Turn this sketch on. Then what I'm going to do is bring in my 4 millimeter housing flesh. Bring it like right there just so I can see what I'm doing. And now I'm going to go to align. And I am going to align this right here with this. It's okay. Oh, hold up. Forgot. You're gonna have to make this a rigid group with its components, and then go to align. So let's find align. Boom. Components. there, here. And okay. Now, before we capture that position, yeah, that gives it about the same offset as everything else. But I don't know if I necessarily want it to have the same offset as everything else. I think I kind of want this to be kind of flush in there, coming off of this piece, like so. Yeah, that just looks better to me. I'm not gonna lie, it just does. Okay, so now we are going to mirror, capture that position, mirror this component across here. Let's click OK. Turn off the sketches so I could just kind of see how it looks. And yeah, that looks very elegant. Very elegant, very nice, very demure. Now I just want to like, because I know that I'm going to lock this in. So let me go ahead and like do all of the cutouts. And I say cutouts, I'm talking about like all of the cutouts for the stones, for the stone housing. So that way, you know, it doesn't interfere with the base. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and project the openings of these stone housings. Oh Lord. Okay. Yay. Oh no. No, give me the whole enchilada. I want the whole freaking enchilada. Yes, project all of these. And what we're doing is we're projecting these stone openings that the stones need to go through. And I'm going to take all of those and then just kind of extrude all of them through. And just cut straight through. And it's going to cut through these bodies. Okay, cool. I was just making sure it wasn't cutting through anything. Like, Jesus. Wait, why are these stones missing? Let me see why these stones are missing. Okay. 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 All right. And now we have our brilliance holes going straight through. And I know calling them brilliance holes like is weird, but that's what they're called. They're called brilliance holes. I'm not just making it up. You need to stop being a brilliance hole. That's what needs to happen. Okay. So yeah, it looks really good so far. We are going to need to project this face, the size of this, or at the height of this. We're going to need to project this face and bring it down. So I guess, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's just go ahead and create a sketch on this height. And we are going to project basically all of this, as well as this. And this. Okay. And yeah, finish sketch. All right, cool beans. Now we can go ahead and extrude all of this. And we are going to do extent type to object, and we are going to, oh crap. You know what? Nope, can't do this yet, because what we need to do is we also need to project these. Forgot about this. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and extrude. Let me just turn off all the bodies. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Bodies hit the Okay, hold up. I want to take these out because we don't want that cutting through. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, turn bodies back on, and we are going to bring this to an object, which is going to be this. And instead of cut, it's going to be, I really want to do join. Just want to know if it's safe to do that right here. I think it is. So we're going to click OK. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't too bad to do a join right there. Okay. Now, looking at this, you may see it and think like, oh, this is going to be heavy. And you would definitely be right. This definitely looks heavy. So I am going to kind of figure out how to kind of like hollow this out. And actually, I think I can. Let me just go ahead and we're going to basically do something very, very similar, which is we're going to project everything again, but this time it's going to be a construction line. Bump, 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 boom. Let's click OK. And now I'm going to offset everything. Can I do chain selection? Yes, okay. So now bring this in. Can't bring it in anymore, can I? What I'm thinking is, you know what? What if I just had like certain parts? So instead of chain selection, let me bring this in. No. I think what I'm gonna have to do is just like kind of place like cavities in between these areas. So let me kind of show you what I mean. Like, what if I had to do something like this? Because this thing is going to be heavy. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, so what if I just kind of went around doing this? And this is just to cut out this space in the middle, just so it won't be as heavy. Because, yeah, this is going to be ridiculously heavy. Well, not ridiculously heavy, but I think for women it will be ridiculously heavy. You know what I mean? So we don't want that. Let's make it more dainty. Yeah. I don't want to cut out anything on the center or like on these flubberlubbergan thingies. I don't want to cut out anything on those because essentially, okay. I'll move this one. I'm also gonna move this one. So basically what I'm doing is I'm removing the mirror constraint. So that way it's like its own free object. And now I can like go in and kind of just like move everything. But basically I want those flubberlubbigans to be strong. I don't want them to be flimsy, but at the same time I want this piece to be like lighter weight, right? And so kind of like that good balance is kind of like cutting out where I can. I'm thinking maybe I can move this up, but on this side, I'm gonna have to get rid of that constraint, move this out, get rid of that constraint, move this in, and okay. Something like that, just to cut out some of this stuff, because why is this here? Oh my God. Oh, okay. Okay, can just use this. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all the cutting we can really do, to be honest with you. And now we're just going to extrude that. You want to cut out 1 millimeter, or let's cut out that much, and then let's also do a taper of -10. Okay, yeah, some of those are like, no, not going. Y'all don't want to go on anything, do you? Oh. Look at us. How did you fail to create? You're a pussy. Big paws. Okay. So now let's see. This one's steel. Okay, let's see. See what we can do. See what Papa can do. Okay, cool. Why is this still? Well, okay. I don't know why that body was there, but remove that. And yeah, so now, okay, what we got. As a matter of fact, did that? No, it wasn't from there. It was from this one. Okay. Okay. So yeah, now that body's no longer even there. Okay. So this is what we have so far. This is the outer part. Let me go save this. Let me go ahead and check on this casting again, because I still have the what is it called? The vacuum chamber running. So let me go ahead, turn off the vacuum chamber. I'll be right back. All right, y'all, I'm back. And while I was back, I just had to turn off the thing for the casting. But while I was gone, I was thinking about something in terms of these, but I think I'm just going to let them rock, to be honest. I might even be able to increase the taper angle now. I can. Okay. Now that was actually very helpful. Let me see. How high is this? Okay. It's not too bad. Just have to make sure that everything still has like that structural stability. Like I may even want to go in and like change this a little bit, just so this could like flow better into there, like, you know, have like that structural strength that's needed. Same with this one. I may move this a bit and delete that mirror constraint. And also remove this one. Bring this over. And basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm really just trying to maintain that that structural integrity of the piece, because we don't want anything bending. And that's why this is so hard, because you kind of want the best of both worlds, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, and you find a different workaround. But I don't know, right now we're trying to get it. We are definitely trying to get it. Okay, no problems. Okay, no problems, no problems. Okay, cool beans. So now yeah, this is very interesting. I have a very interesting set of things going on here, because all this part right here excuse me, is going to be holding up quite a few things. And it's like, it's beautiful, because essentially this part is this part, the only type of strain that it has. Somebody's car is really going off right now. Jesus Christ. But the only type of strain that this has is this hoop right here, right? Which is connected to the sides of these housings. But then this center is also going to hold its own piece, which is going to be the moon. And so it's like, it's very like aesthetically pleasing, or structurally pleasing. Like, that's the beautiful part about it. It's like, it's very structurally pleasing. So we're going to bring this in. I am going to do this 3-point arc. Yeah. And then bring this like so. And I'm just going to cut all of that right there. Just cut all that out. Boom. Smooth. Now I can go ahead and add a torus, which is going to act as my as the thing that connects to the moon part, right? So, but I want to make sure that it's like on the center line, so I'm going to do that and just put in my own center line, like so. And let me see if I might be able to. No, you know what, finish. Now what I think I'm going to do is create torus. Sure. What do I always make mine? I always make mine like, and I use like imperial, but I think I do 3/16 inches. That might be too big, but let me see, inner diameter. Let's just make it 3.5 millimeters. Jeez, I don't need to think too much. Torus diameter 1 millimeter. Let's make it 1.5. 1.25. The reason why I try to stay bigger than 1 millimeter is just because, like, when it comes to flowing metal through cavities, it's like the lowest is like 0.8 to 0.6 millimeters, but I would really do 0.8 millimeters, but I wouldn't even do that. Like, any cavity, I try to do over 1 millimeter, but at least 1 millimeter for everything, because this has to be casted, right? So because that has to be casted, that's essentially my thinking. And let me go ahead and set the pivot to this center line. Let's click OK. Oh my freaking God. Okay. And you know what? What I'm going to have to do, I'm just going to have to construct point along path. Let's just make a point like right here. Let's click OK. Let's click align. We're going to align this with that. And OK. So that looks nice and attached. I might move this up a little bit. Yeah, 0.899. Okay. And cool. And so as you can see, boom, smack dab in the middle, we have our little connector hole thingy. And I'm probably going to go in and name some of these. I'm just going to name these star part 1, or, you know, star, whatever. Rename star part 2. And then it's going to be star 3. Okay. Oh my stars. But okay. So I think this was a very good first part. And essentially, I think what I'm going to do is, I mean, I'm put out a prong setting, like a prong tutorial when it comes to, or I put out a pave tutorial when it comes to designing for pave and designing for prongs. But I'm going to put out a tutorial as well on how to actually set them in real life. So I'm going to be doing that soon. I just need to finish some work for the Lydia's Jeweler on YouTube. That's the next video that's probably going to come out, because I'm finishing up this one ring that I had for that series. And then after that, I'm probably going to make this. But before, or actually, no. Lydia's Jeweler on YouTube, then pave stone setting tutorial for real life. Then I'm probably going to actually make this. But this is the first part of it. The moon part as well as the star part, I don't want to say like those are going to be pretty easy. The star, I might literally just be able to like take these points that we made and just kind of like copy them over I'm thinking about just doing something as simple as that. But yeah, I guess we can spend some time real quick on how to make the star. It's like, why not? You know what? I'm here. I'm just going to show you guys how to make the star, because the moon is going to be a lot more work, but the star, it may not be. I'm just thinking. Actually, the star, it actually may be. We gonna see. Let me think. How would I make that star shape? Let me see if I can just find it. See, they got Christmas tree stars and stuff like this. Am I not logged into my Blender thing? Let me see. In Blender kit. Should already be logged in. Oh Lord, that's gonna be on the freaking thing. Oh well, let me see. Okay, so these are the stars that they have. I might take this star. I made a star. How did I make that star? I made a star. I made a star. You know, I would take one of these stars and just nix the stick, but I think I made a star, right? And I made the star. I remember that. You know, it was that print that I had in the other Lydia's Jeweler on YouTube. I made a star, and was it like, it was like client files, but custom files for clients, something like that. No. It's injection molds. No. No, I got a lot of stuff in here. I don't think it could be in here. Could it be? No, it's just the words for business. Oh crap, where is it? I definitely made a star. I'm just trying to remember how I made it, because how I made it is going to like determine. I think, was it just that? But it couldn't have been that easy. But I can't find the thing. I need to make this as well. Has to be rendering projects, right? I'm really trying to decide, like, geez, where is it? It has to be in BusyWorks projects. It is. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, so this was the design. Let me go ahead turn these bodies back on. So see, look, this, I made this. Where and how did I make it? Made a star. I made 5 points, then made the star. Okay, that makes sense. Then after that, extruded that, cool. Extruded this up with an insane taper angle, and that's how I did it. It was with an insane taper angle. Excuse me, that it was with an insane taper angle. So that's what we need to do. That was how I did it. So yeah, I guess we can go ahead and do that real quick. Whatever. Sketch. We have this center line, so I'm just gonna go ahead and project it because I'm lazy. And we're going to add a circle because we don't want this star to be too big. 6 millimeters is probably more than enough. It's just gonna be a small thing to do. Let's do 8. Yeah, let's do 8. And then we can always scale it up or down afterwards, right? So it don't matter. Of course, we're going to want this right here, but then we're going to do a circular pattern. Click this. This is going to be our center point, and we want 5, because it's going to be a 5-point star. Okay? And now, we also want the point in between, which, okay, so if this is 90, this is 18, 90 minus 18, minus 18, 72, and then divide that by 2, 36. My math is off. Okay, so, 36 plus that 18. Plus 18, that's going to be our center, 54 degrees. Okay, so, oh my God. 54. That's going to be our center between this point and this point, which are points of the star. And so now I'm going to take this and we're going to do the same thing, circular pattern. Bump. 5, okay. And now I'm also going to do another circle. Jesus. And we're going to bring it off by negative 1.5. Yeah, that's about right. And now I'm just going to go crazy, connect the dots here, and see 1.5 wasn't enough, clearly. Okay, and now I'm going to also change this to -2. Boom, and now that looks more like a star. Okay, turn on sketches as well so you can see it. Okay, so now, of course, we're going to extrude it up, and our taper angle is going to be something ridiculous like -50, -70. -75. Okay, so that's where you want to get -73. -74. Okay, -74.2. That's more. Yep, that's more so like it. Although that is kind of shallow. Let me bring this up some more. Yeah, 60. Can't get -61. -61. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay. And now we're just going to extrude the back out as well by 1 millimeter. Okay. So now this is our star. Name this star. Star power. And we can always scale that up or down later. But that's how you create the star. And now all that's left to make is that moon. This moon is going to be... Is it going to be tricky? It might not be tricky. Let me see if I can just go ahead and make this moon real quick. So I'm going to want to do it in terms of circles because that's always going to be the easiest thing to work with. And I don't know if I want this circle in the middle per se. Now I do want another circle. And let me move this over like so to where okay, whatever. And what I want to do is control this length, right? So let's make this, let's see what 20 looks like. And that gives us a lot of space to put pave. So I do kind of like that. What was this? This needs to be like 30 exact, right? Oh Lord, I didn't want it to rotate like this, but okay, whatever. I'm trying to think, is that a good size? I think it is. Let me see if I can just rotate it like that. Yes, thank you. That was stupid. Okay, cool. Trying to see exactly. Well, you know, I think this is a good size for the moon. Now that I think about it, though, let me get rid of this. Change this to 22 because it needs to cut into this moon. Like they need to cut each other. And I think that's a good spot for them to cut each other. Yeah, let's do that. And then let's go ahead and just cut all this excess. Okay. So I'll also turn on sketches so you can see. I'm going to extrude this up maybe 1.5 millimeters. Shit. Scale this up 2. And then let's bring this taper angle to -10, -35, -55, -65. Okay. Let's do -70. Okay, -70. Although, let's see the absolute limit before it starts to break off again. Okay. -66. Oof, that's a scary number. Scary number. Well, I guess it's only a scary number if you let it be. Now, I'm going to extrude this out 1 millimeter as well, and we're going to let it join. And so now, we have our moon, we have our star, and the moon is going to like freely hang in between. Let's go ahead and rename this moon. Okay. What I also want to do is go ahead, change this to like 10, bring this in by -3. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. This will be a monster to cast though, now that I think about this. Let me go ahead and inspect something, because this might be ridiculous to like actually cast. Yeah, this is uncastable. It's not uncastable, it's just uncastable with my current setup. So I might need to scale everything down. I just really don't want to do that. There might still be a way to cast it though. Let me see if I can cast it in a way where, oh no, because this is a part of it. Okay, well what I may have to do is I may have to like cut this piece in half and then solder it. Yeah, I might have to just cut this piece in half and create a way where it's easily solderable in real life. So I'll just create it in parts. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do, because this is such a cool design. I just really don't want to change it. You know what I mean? Like, ouch. Like, you know, and I have no problem changing the design. That's not the problem. It's just like, it's just such a cool design. I really don't want to. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do now, or what I'm gonna be doing now, is just in case, you know, basically I don't stream this next part, all I'm gonna be doing is, you know, putting stones all around here, and I'm gonna be doing that in Blender. I already have a tutorial out there on how to do something like that in Blender, and so you can honestly just follow that tutorial. And yeah. So all of this is just going to be like pave stones and everything. Of course, I'm going to need to put more loops, or I call them connector holes. I don't know why. But so I guess, yeah, we'll just do that, whatever. Click M, create a copy of it, and we're just going to bring it down. And we're going to add that to the star, if it'll let me. Like so. So now this is also part of the star. Instead of 1, just bring it 0.5, just so it's not sticking out too much. And I guess I do want to bring it back just slightly, just so the star is just visible through it. And I guess the torus for this part doesn't have to be as thick, but I would rather it be, just because, like, okay, this is not coming off. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of that's kind of the vibe that I want it to have. Like, I personally just like strong jewelry that lasts. You know what I mean? Like, I just like it to last and last and last. Probably going to combine this and the star, and okay, so, and then I'm gonna move this down. Okay, so yeah, that star is good, this part is good. And then for this connector, I'm going to make another copy. So we're gonna create another copy, bring it up like that, and we're gonna turn this one 90 degrees, right? between here and here. Okay, so yeah, I'm just making sure that, you know, the holes don't touch. Okay. Take the moon. We're gonna move that again. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to rotate it slightly. It's ever so slightly. Yeah, it's gonna have to hang like this because this side is gonna be heavier, so it's gonna automatically have like a natural slant to it. And so basically, I know it's kind of weird, but I'm actually designing for that slant to be in there. I also may want to extend or extrude this even more. Just so I can have more working room for the pave. Like, you know, I can add more pave to that. Add more stones. Causes it to be a little bit more interesting. Slight increase to the price. Let me just see how long one of these chords is. 5.3. So with that 5.3, I can add 0.53, 4.5. I can add some 1.5 millimeters, although I may not want to. Let me Control Z and let me do a chord length inspection again. Okay, so this is what, 4.9. You know, I think that's good enough because, yeah, because 1.5, 3, 4.5, and then that gives me, what, 0.4 between the stones, so it's like 0.2 for each stone. That might be okay. I might get that middle ground, to be honest. Let me see if I can get that middle ground. Let's change this to 2.5. Oh, did it do it? Oh, it did. It just so happens that my okay, 61. And now if we inspect this loop distance. Okay, yep, 5.145. That's that middle ground that I was looking for. So that works. Yeah, that works. We are also going to have to move the moon up a little bit so that way it can be in the center of, yep, the center of our ring right there, which it is. So let's go ahead and combine this with this. Let's click OK. Oh. Guess we do have to click this first. Okay. All right, cool. And then, oh crap. Okay, so before we do that, let's take this M, create copy, bring it down. And with this is where the star is going to attach. And so we do kind of want it to attach in the center of this. And I don't know why, I'm just kind of good at eyeballing like centers of gravity. Like anytime I do this and I make the jewelry or whatever, I'm like nailing the center of gravity. Now, I don't want to jinx myself, and I probably just did, but for the time that I can say that I've been nailing the center of gravity, I'm going to say it. So I've recently been nailing the center of gravity, like every single time. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, so, and that's fine for the star to kind of be off center. It's gonna be okay for that. At least to me, I think it's gonna be okay. Like it looks good to me. So I'm gonna go ahead and combine this, and this. Combine those. This part of the star, this part of the moon. I'm gonna leave this connector by itself. I'm just gonna rename this to point star 1. Rename this to point star 2, and we're going to rename this to point star 3, right? And yeah, and I think for the moon part, it just kind of has to be done in Blender. So that's what I'm going to do it. And I may go and make this star bigger. I just feel like it could just be bigger. I don't know why. That's what she said. 12, 3, negative 3.5. I think that I think proportionally that looks best. Let me go ahead and increase this taper angle. Okay. Smooth. Looks nice. But okay. And then of course for the what is it called? For the earring backing, I just kind of do those in real life. Either what I'm going to do, one of two things is going to happen. I am either going to solder like a back that I can, like one of those clip-on backs. I'm going to solder that directly onto the back right here. Or two, I'm going to make this a flat backing and then like solder some wire on the back so it can go through the earring hole, right? But I just think that for this piece, it's just going to be too heavy to go through an earring hole. I think I'm going to have it to where it goes through the earring hole and it's kind of supported by the ear with like a clamping mechanism. And the clamping mechanism is going to like kind of, be the best of both worlds, or it's going to kind of play devil's advocate for a little while. I'm thinking that's the direction I want to go in. I kind of do like this spacing because it gives it a little bit of space off of the ear, so that way you won't be poking yourself or stabbing yourself, especially if it's moving. So I think that that's good. This is attached directly to the ear, so unless you got floppy earlobes, you won't be stabbing yourself on the ends right here. And of course, I'm going to I'm going to file those down in real life so it doesn't hurt anybody, right? But for the time being, I think that this looks really, really good. This is our celestial pendant, or our celestial earring design. I'm happy with it, and I hope that you are as well, because it does look nice. It does look fire. It looks very fire, very fire. Let me actually, this is my paracut housing, right? What if, hold up, I might be cooking. Let me project. Oh my God, it's not gonna, okay. Jesus Christ. I need to project all of this. And then offset it. Oh my God. I have to do this. Oh no. See, where is it even gonna go? It's gonna go somewhat around here, I guess. It's whatever. It's gonna go somewhere in the right area, direction thingy. Okay, yeah, something like that. Let's finish that sketch, and then with this body, not this, this. Okay. Cool, because I just want the pear shape look. I don't know why. The pear shape cut looks cool. It looks cool. All right, just click, let's save that. Let's go ahead, update this real quick. See what we got. All right, now we got the pear cut shape look. And see, that looks really, really nice. Cut out the back to hopefully bring down that that weight. Although I don't know what that's gonna do for anything, to be honest. We gonna see. I may. I don't know. Do I want to bring? I don't want to increase the weight too much more. Yeah, I don't want to increase the weight too much more. I think this is fine. Okay. So yeah, that I think this is gonna be the end of the stream right here. I think this is really good spot or position to be in. Finished a lot of work, and so yeah, I think we're gonna rock with this. Got the stone housing, stone sizes that we need. That's 4. These are gonna be 6, and then these are like 8 by 10. And then we're gonna need like a lot of pave for these, like a lot of pave. But I'm gonna go ahead and do that in Blender, just knock it out, and then we'll just go from here. But all right, hope you guys enjoyed. Hope everything was smooth, crisp, clear, clean. And yeah, we're just gonna rock out. All right, deuces, end of the stream. Peace.